Good evening. Before we begin, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. So if any member of the public would like translation from either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking in Spanish, please go to the translators table to pick up a headset, and that's Amy. Thank you, Amy. We will now call to order. The time is 5:02. And I will now ask Dr. Gina Potter to do a roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. Agenda item number 2, roll call. Board President, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Our Board Vice President, Mr. Antonio Martinez, he is out sick tonight. Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, we have a quorum of 4.
Thank you. Number 3, the agenda. I make a motion to approve the agenda with the following corrections. For general administration, agenda item 13.3, 2025-2026 staff calendars. We will add the following note to the classified 2025-2026 work calendars. Calendars will be approved pending ratification by the Classified School Employees Association and its San Ysidro Chapter 154. I second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Vote passes 4-0. Or public comment or communications on closed session? There are none. Thank you. 5, the governing board. We will now recess to closed session in accordance to section 54954.5 regarding 5.1, government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. 5.2, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, or reassignment. 5.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and then we will reconvene. So we will now go to closed session.
Madam President, I think we have to make a motion to go into recess. I'd like to make a motion to go to recess at recess into closed session at 5:04 p.m.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Thank you. Now, we will call the meeting to order. It is 6:22. Thank you. Before we begin, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be done today by headset. So if any member of the public would like translation from either English to Spanish when the speaker is speaking, or Spanish to English when the speaker is speaking in Spanish, please go to the translator's table to pick up a headset. She's raising her hand. Thank you, Amy. Now, we will ask Dr. Potter to do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our school board meeting. We are on agenda item number 7, and that is our roll call. So, Board President, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Our Board Vice President, Antonio Martinez, he is out sick this evening. Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, we have 4 board members here. You do have a quorum.
Thank you. I am now going to introduce Melanie Pinedo. She is a 4th grader here at La Mirada, and she will lead us in the flag salute. Is she here?
All right, Melanie, we ready? Right here, Miss Melanie, okay, and Miss Rodriguez. Chelsea. I'm swimming in over Miss English, okay?
Good evening. My name is Melanie Pinedo. I am a 4th grader and I attend La Mirada School. Please stand and join us for Pledge Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Can we give Melanie another round of applause?
Now, item 9.1, board recognitions and distinguished champions, and Mr. Bojorquez will lead us in recognition.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Potter, distinguished guests. Thank you for being here. It is an honor for me to introduce Ms. Rodriguez, State and Federal Program Coordinator, who will be presenting La Mirada Distinguished Champions. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Board President Rosario, board members, Dr. Potter, all our distinguished guests and amazing people that we are going to celebrate today. I'd like to read a little something that Miss English left for her staff and students today. So today, Miss English is acknowledging and recognizing the wonderful work that her student council from La Mirada has been doing at her school site. So this is her message to her students. Good evening, and thank you for joining our learning community here at La Mirada School. It fills my heart with pride tonight to celebrate the extraordinary dedication of our students. As we foster well-rounded global citizens who make good choices, exhibit respect, and creatively solve challenges, I want to take a moment to highlight an essential part of our community, our student council. So will our student council members please join us up here with our board members? Let me grab these wonderful certificates. I have Sol Romero. Isabel Verduzco. José Salazar. Delaila Murillo. Lorenzo Raqueno. Did I say that right? Congratulations. Juan Beltrán. Melanie Piñedo. Jaylene González. Brianna Trejo. Gianna Orozco. Natasha Osuna. Héctor Tizapánico. Did I say that right? No, I didn't. I butchered it. Sofía Morales. Paulina González. Celeste Jauregui. Pilar Barros Pereira. Carla Verduzco. That's that. Sorry. Sorry. That's my bad. Take pictures. If English would not forgive. Gonna take pictures first and then we'll invite all parents to take pictures afterwards. Vamos a tomar una foto y luego todos los papás pueden subirse para acá y tomar fotos. Yeah. Big smile. Cheese. Say, la mirada. Go Eagles. Good job. Papá, toma vida.
Smile right now, smile. And just keep smiling.
Okay, now I see it. Can we have another big round of applause for these amazing students? We do have a student that would like to speak to us today, so I'm going to give over the mic to that student. Can you fall over there? It's over there, Miss Melanie. Look, it's right there. It's right there. Her speech. Here we go.
Hello, my name is Melanie. I would like to say thanks to Miss Jen for helping me be kind and responsible, and I also want to thank my teacher, Miss Santos, for teaching me responsibility, and my family for having me and giving me love.
Oh.
Great job, Miss Melanie.
Great job. I have to put on my glasses. Okay, I do apologize to the staff. I did call some of them as students, but you know, we're all in this together. Lifelong learners, absolutely. Okay, so I would like to read a little something that Ms. English prepared for her staff. She said, I am also honored to recognize our special education staff tonight. Their resilience in the face of adversity has not only maintained a nurturing and supportive environment for every student, but has also served as a beacon of strength and inspiration for our entire school. Each member of our SPED team consistently goes above and beyond, finding innovative solutions and remaining steadfast, even when encountering unpredictable challenges. They truly embody the values we hold dear at La Mirada School. Through their tireless efforts, our special education staff creates individualized learning experiences that champion every student's unique abilities. Their unwavering commitment to inclusion, empathy, and excellence ensures that every child feels valued, understood, and empowered to reach their full potential, even when circumstances are far from ideal. I encourage all of us tonight to reflect on the incredible work our SPED staff do every day. Their ability to turn obstacles into opportunities and setbacks into stepping stones perfectly exemplifies what it means to be a resilient global citizen. Please join me in offering our deepest gratitude and heartfelt recognition to these remarkable individuals. Their passion, dedication, and perseverance truly set the standard for making a meaningful difference in the lives of our students. Beautiful speech. So please help me recognize our speech, language, and pathologist from La Mirada, Pilar Barrios Pereira and Cara Berusco. All right, I'm moving on. Our speech, language, and pathologist aide, Jocelyn Juarez. Here? Not here. Okay. All right. Our special education instructional aide, I have Maria Cruz. Janet De Shazad. Janet, I did not say that wrong, did I will meet. Thank you so much for everything you do. María de Rocío Díaz. Tía Lara Anaya. No? Maria? Did I say that right? Sareli Lazo. Patricia López. Alexandra Paul. María Fernanda Ríos. Workout. And Joanna Inostros. ¿Lo dije bien? Another big round of applause for all our special instructional aides, instructional aides, thank you. So now we're moving on to our special education instructional healthcare assistants. We have Raúl Casillas. And Enriqueta Mendez. We have our certificated special education staff. Let me just organize myself here. Ms. Abedoy, Irma Abedoy. She is our RFP teacher. Turn these around. Ms. Brenda Casillas. Ms. Yurida Marín, perdón. Yurida Marín. I butchered your name. Mr. Marcos Mendoza. Cynthia Núñez. Ms. Sophia Rayleigh. Reina Eleanor, where are you, Ms. Reina? Viridiana Morales. Viridiana Apodaca. Did I say that right? Apodaca? Alondra Gómez. Leo Prophet. Yes. Did I get that right? Did I go right, Liz? Congratulations. And last but not least, I don't see her, but I'm still gonna say her name, Ms. Jedzida Heron. Here's Ms. Jed. Ms. Jed is amazing. I don't see her. I just want to take a moment to make sure we give them another big round of applause. Teaching. I've always said this, teaching is the work of the heart.
If anyone else wants to take a photo, you can come on up and take a photo. 1, 2, 3.
Come on up, all the way to the front if you want. All the way to the front, no shyness here. Absolutely not. Oh, ma'am. Be proud. Thank you, and I apologize. Thank you. Okay. Yo lo tenía que ver, no sé.
Also want to congratulate Ms. Nunez, who just got accepted to the San Diego State doctorate program.
Continuing to recognize amazing staff and students. I would like to introduce our principal for Willow Elementary to recognize an amazing student with such great skills. I was amazed in our meeting yesterday. No, I expect awesome things from you. Ms. Cerda from Principal Willow Elementary.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Potter, Madam President and Board. I'm going to welcome Ms. Emma Hassel up here as I speak about her. So Emma shines with great enthusiasm, as you can see, for everything, for learning, her great talents in speaking and her comprehension, her writing skills are amazing, and her critical thinking skills, which takes her into really engaging in Socratic conversations with her peers, and quite frankly, even with me. Emma loves to come visit. She helps out in the office by giving our morning message out to our students. You said that one? A lot. Yes. Whether she's analyzing literature or crafting her own essays, she definitely expresses herself well with great clarity, some creativity, and her insight not only shines in her writing, but in her artistic style, and she loves to draw. Emma's passion for writing, reading, and drawing translates into her role as a trainer on our student. Secretary, I stand corrected. As in our student council at Willow Elementary. And I do say to her one day, whether you aspire to be a principal or a superintendent, I could definitely see her take that role, as she always gives me the best recommendations of how to run the school, and I absolutely love it. Thank you, Emma. That is right. So I was just reminded, and I don't know why I forgot, but she is on our superintendent student council for the entire district, and there's only 20 students that were welcomed on that board, and she gives us some really good recommendations and conversations. Ready? Here we go. Let's take a photo in 3, 2, 1. Take another one. 3, 2, 1. Hold on just 1 second. All right. I'm gonna take another one in 3. Oh. There's Mr. B. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Let me take another one with Mr. B here. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. One moment, I'm scared. My sister. Oh, you're. Her sister. I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, I know. Yeah. Well. Oh, now this is. All right. Okay, everybody smile. Another one. You know, she wants to take a picture.
1 second. Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. Thank you, thank you.
Let's give Emma another big round of applause. Congratulations, Emma. Presenter is our Dr. Iniguez, Assistant Superintendent, to present the Professional Growth Pathways Recognition. Dr. Iniguez.
I'm just letting them get settled.
So, good evening, members of the board. And guests, Dr. Potter, Madam President. So my name is Jose Iniguez, and one of my responsibilities is working with our wonderful transportation staff that we're going to invite up in just a minute. But in particular, I wanted to recognize two of our transportation staff. First, I want to start off with Veronica Alvarez, who. So, for those of you who don't know, Veronica worked as a part-time custodian not too long ago down the street here at Smythe, but she recently took and passed her California driver's test, and she passed with a perfect score. Perfect score. Congratulations. And next, I want to recognize one of our current bus drivers. Her name is Jasmine Lopez, and I want to tell you why before she comes up. So, when it comes to bus drivers, just like teachers, just like other professions, they have to go through regular training and they have to maintain their certification. And the people who do that are the bus driver certification trainers. In order to do that, you have to go through a rigorous statewide program. Not too many people get in. So Jasmine went through a really rigorous entrance interview. So she had to pass a lot and answer a lot of these questions. So now that she's been accepted into this program, when she finishes, and it's going to take months, it's not easy. But when she finishes, she's now going to be able to be an actual statewide bus driver certificated trainer. So congratulations. Congratulations. And with our two bus drivers today, if they are willing to come up, I'd like to recognize the rest of our transportation staff and drivers because they are deserving of recognition as well. So why don't you guys come on up? It's truly a pleasure working with our transportation staff each and every day. It really does feel like family. So, as you see in order over here, we have Gabriel, one of our bus drivers. Shy but very quick-witted. And here we have one of our bus aides. Come on in, Sarah. Right over here, another one of our bus drivers, Lucy. She's like a ray of sunshine every day. And then back over here, professional singer Hector. And then back over here, Danny, our private bus driver. Congratulations, everyone. It's truly a pleasure working with you. And for those of you who are not familiar, the research is very clear. You don't have to just be a teacher to make a difference in the lives of students. The research, all you need is one meaningful relationship with at least one adult, and these bus drivers provide a meaningful relationship with students every single day. So congratulations, everyone.
Okay, all right, ready? 1, 2, 3. No, para nada. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, one. Felicidades.
Yeah. So next, as I talk slowly to give everyone a chance to bring the recognition awards forward, we're next going to speak about a group who you see here every board meeting to my left over here, as well as to my right. So Marilyn and I are going to do this together. Marilyn, who's right here. I'm going to start over here with Andrew. Come on up, Andrew. Andrew Messina. This young man. This young man is very, very intelligent. He's got a bright future ahead of himself. It's just a matter of time. So congratulations. He took it upon himself to learn this position and he picked it up really quickly. So congratulations. We're gonna do this together. Okay, so starting over here on the left, I want to also recognize our technology department, beginning with the director, Todd Lewis. Come on up. Congratulations. In no particular order, next up, Fernando Martinez. Come on up. Fernando recently won our ultimate sweater contest. Not to go here this week. Congratulations. Again, in no particular order, Mr. Jose Garcia, come on up. Next is Mr. Ivan Manriquez, come on up. So there are a few from the technology department who are not here, but we'll recognize them at another date. But also, we have hopefully, and I'm not sure if she can make it, but from our CNS department, Anna Bush, are you here by chance? Okay, perfect. Come on up, Anna. Anna leads our CNS department and was also recently recognized with different awards. So congratulations, Anna. You deserve it. He helps us set up here for the board meetings. And also, just trying to base it for the pictures. And also, next, Yesenia Charles, come on up. Yesenia is our area production lead. Congratulations. And where is he? He thinks he's gonna escape. Where did he go? Oh, and Miguel Ortega, who's trying to hide over here. All right, so they're not here tonight. So once again, round of applause. If there's anybody who wants to take any pictures, come on up.
You want to say something, Dr. Carter?
Oh, and least, last but not least, in no particular order, is with us one of our retired staff members, but still helping us tonight is Monica. You know, come on up.
So good.
That's a good one.
No. Get closer. There we go. Here it goes. 1, 2, 3. Everybody smile. Yay. Congratulations.
We were so excited recognizing all these really well-deserved individuals and children. Let's give them a big hand once again. And I even forgot to mention, from closed session, there is nothing to report.
I also wanna, let the audience know that some of these bus drivers do drive for special ed also. Special ed students, and I think it's beautiful to see that they're being recognized and being considered, and it's been a long time since we've done this, so I wanna say from all the board members and management and the superintendent, you know, we do appreciate your work you do, and we are here for you and for the kids, which that's what bring us all together. So thank you for all you've done and your services, and also, thank you, you've remained with us as employees. So, adelante por San Ysidro School District.
I've been asked to move up item 12.1. And now I would like to ask the board if there is consensus, to move to 12.1 Crisis Prevention Institute CPI Nonviolent Crisis Intervention Training, presentation by Jim Ferrandi and SALPA CPI trainer and orientation and mobility instructor. Is there a consensus? I consent.
I do too.
Yes.
Yes, okay, there's consensus, and so we will move item 12.1 now. Welcome.
For the microphone is.
Mine's right there. Very much.
Excuse me, we don't have a podium, but if you feel comfortable standing, or we are usually sit right behind.
Oh,
you.
sit would be great.
We have the microphone and everything ready for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First off, thank you to the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Dr. Potter for the opportunity to present on Crisis Prevention Institute, referred to as CPI.
I'll be very quickly. For our special education personnel that we have here in La Mirada, we encourage you to stay. This is a very important presentation that it might concern all of you. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Verdoni.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jim Ferrandi. I'm the certified CPI trainer for the SELPA and member LEAs and the orientation mobility instructor for the South County SELPA. NCI, which is Nonviolent Crisis Intervention, provides trained staff a plan, including specific approaches and actions to provide support before, during, and after a student is any moment of crisis. The CPI model is an outline of the before, during, and after of a crisis event. On the left are what students are presenting to us. And on the right is how trained staff respond. The CPI certification provides actionable skills and concepts to address each of these topics. Student needs, along with district staff, determine those identified to be trained through CPI. CPI provides an agreed upon plan, vocabulary sequence, and set of actions to provide a safe and ethical response to a student in crisis. This consistency in care provides our trained staff confidence in knowing that the quality and specifics of the response to crisis remains the same, no matter which classroom they're assigned to. Continued CPI certification ensures that those trained can work as a team to respond to crisis situations. Trained staff members can shift from different assignments when needed. If a crisis occurs, they can quickly respond with the team of CPI certified and staff that they are assigned to be with. As you can see on the screen, these are the key principles, which are touchstones throughout the certification. We return to these concepts during all instruction scenarios and discussions. My CPI participants quickly know the start of any answer or analysis of a question or concept is, does this support or violate one of our key principles? By always coming back to these concepts during training or real life circumstances and crisis moments, it provides the trained staff focus and direction and keeps them from feeling lost or overwhelmed. Selected staff, selected special education staff, and staff identified by administrators based on student needs benefit from NCI training because their day presents them with a higher possibility of needing to utilize the knowledge and skills provided by CPI certification in nonviolent crisis intervention. Thank you very much for your time.
Don
Wrong.
Peroni, sorry. Can I ask you some questions regarding this?
Please.
So, what would you say, with your own knowledge and, as trained certificated, CPI? What's the importance for staff to have this training?
CPI provides the opportunity to provide safety to staff members as well as students during moments of crisis.
And do you think it will be a good idea for all staff from every level in every district to maybe have this training when it's available?
CPI and NCI is best utilized by staff that's identified via student needs through staff administration and teams that gather to talk about specifically providing this training to staff members that work with students that have a high probability of needing this service.
Steve, if I may ask one question about that. You use the word crises. To the best of your abilities, can you define what crisis means?
Absolutely.
In the agency, please.
So we specify a crisis moment as an irregular time period. It's not during a time of instruction. It's when a student or any person has kind of left their level of what we call a baseline. So a baseline behavior is when a student or an individual, CPI and NCI is used in many different industries. So I'm using the term student, but sometimes you'll see conversations regarding adults as well. But a crisis moment is when somebody leaves baseline. So when their behavior leaves baseline, sometimes their ability to control their actions and their level of safety diminishes. And then during therapeutic rapport, which is after the crisis event has occurred, they need a very specially trained individual that knows how to bring them back into the educational environment safely and appropriately and ethically.
Do you think this will take time to go again with the student and see how he is and track for a period of time on how he's doing?
Correct, which is integrated into the special education day. That's why we have specially trained teachers. That's why we have specially trained staff members. It's the genesis of why we have a credential specifically for special education and job titles that work directly with students with special needs. So yes, it definitely takes more time, and that's why the individuals that serve those students are the ones that take the time to receive this certification.
But it's not limited to special education students, right? It could be for any student.
It's any staff member that's been identified by site administration that is serving students with this specific need.
Okay. So is this any different from CPI, the institute?
Oh, let me go into that.
Okay.
CPI is the company. CPI is the organization of which I would say most school districts, although it's not the only organization, but CPI is the name of the company. NCI, which is Nonviolent Crisis Intervention, is one of the courses that's provided by the company CPI. I work for the San Diego County Office of Education, South County, Selva, and I'm a trained instructor that provides our LEAs with this training. That I do not work for CPI, but and I want to make that clear. I'm an employee of the South County Selva. But CPI is the company, just Crisis Prevention Institute, and one of the courses that they offer is NCI. They offer others.
And how many districts do you teach this CPI training?
Over the last 11 years, I've provided it to 5 separate districts.
And how much time do you spend on each training that you receive?
Each training has 2 components, the online portion, which the students complete via an online portal, and then the in-person, which is with me for a minimum of 4 hours.
And how much time do you spend teaching this training to districts?
It's 4 hours each certification, and the number of certifications varies depending on district needs.
And how often do you get an update for training from CPI, the company?
My instructor certification is renewed every 2 years.
Okay. Is that the recommendation, 2 years?
It's the requirement.
Okay, so do they offer updates every year?
I go to a certification every 2
Yeah.
years, and I have to recertify as an instructor with CPI.
Okay, every 2 years, because that's the requirement, but it is a recommendation from CPI to have it every year.
The instructor certification is, I do it every 2 years.
Okay. What do you do when something happens in one of the sites? Do you come back? If something happens relating one student, is that part of your duty as a trainer?
I'm available to any individual that holds a current CPI certification under one of my trainings. I'm available for consultation at any time.
Okay, for the 6 districts, correct?
I've, in the last 11 years, done 5 districts. Currently, that's not the current number that I'm doing, but any individual that is provided a blue card through the CPI training, I am available to them during the time that they maintain that certification at any time for consultation.
And do you think this, well, I know there's different trainings, but I'm not sure if this training, specifically this one,
NCI.
NCI, does also help preventing bullying, future bullying. Do you think this certification also helps with that? Or maybe that will be a different training through CPI?
I don't know if CPI provides a bullying specific training, but the NCI training via CPI is specifically focused on identifying the risk factors, identifying the precipitating factors, identifying the specific actions involved during a crisis, and then providing therapeutic rapport to be able to bring students back into the educational environment.
And what level of importance do you think this training must have for people who work with special education students, including aides and substitutes?
I think it's a very high level of importance, and I'm very proud that we provide those individuals with this training consistently.
And one last one, sorry. Do you think this training can create a positive impact for all of our students and the school district if every staff member took it?
NCI provides each individual that participates in it the opportunity to provide safety to the students that require their care.
Thank you. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
responding to my questions.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you to your group for coming to our board meeting tonight, giving this presentation, and just a little shout out to Nitzia, because you're part of our San Ysidro School District family. And it's really nice to see you, and thank you for what you have done and for answering the questions that were asked by our trustee. Thank you.
Mr. Brownie, can I ask you something or
Oh, no, please.
make a comment? Okay. Would you go through the county Department of Education, which has guidelines as federal and state? And the training that you give is because these schools do need that training for their staff. So how many staff would you say in these years that you've trained? Because they in turn, it may be more than 2 people, or depending on how big the district is, of how many you train as far as certified?
Oh, typically the classes range between 10 and 25 participants. And many times there's between 5 and 10 trainings a year.
And it's only for certificated though, isn't it? Because they have to have a credential or not?
No. They can be certificated or classified.
Both.
Both.
Okay,
That's very information.
all right. Thank you.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to thank you. It sounds like you're very well informed, and you are, very, capacitated to train our staff, so I want to commend you for that and thank you for that service.
Mr. Paragi and your teammates who came this evening, we want to thank you so very much for the presentation on CPI. Our district is proud to share that at this school alone, we have approximately 28 of our staff members, which is the majority of our staff members are CPI trained. And we even have another 7 who I believe your team is training in the month of May. So we want to say thank you so much. District-wide, I believe we have over 150 CPI trained staff members. So I just want to say thank you for always supporting our district in helping students be both safe and successful. So thank you.
That's our pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Have a good day. Appreciate it.
Now we will move on to 10 public comment and communications on open session items. The first speaker will be Alice de la Torre on the Education Collaborative.
Yes.
Welcome, good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Potter. I come before you. My name is Alice Delatorre. I come before you as a proud member of the SYSD Education Collaborative. I would like to inform you of a great opportunity that our parent engagement community is working to bring to the financial literacy to our parents and students. Financial literacy is very important. And as a parent engagement committee, which I'm a member, we are bringing a very great opportunity to the parents and the students. Okay. The Education Collaborative has 12 committees whose goal is to leverage resources to support the San Ysidro School District. The committees under the Education Collaborative include mental health, wellness, senior services, parent engagement, which I'm talking to you about, joy for education, career pathways, civic engagement, movie night, and the STEM committee. And the STEM committee will be presenting a dynamic STEM fair this coming, not tomorrow, a week from tomorrow at the Smythe School. And my understanding is they're going to have 40 to 45 to even 50 different booths with STEM activities. And last year there was dynamic. I think this is our 4th year. I could be mistaken, but I know it's not our first annual STEM fair. And the STEM fair is part of the Education Collaborative, and the Fleet Center is the dynamic mover of the STEM fair. So we're very proud of that committee. All right, now I'm talking about the committee I'm on, which is called Parent Engagement Committee. All right. The Parent Engagement Committee will provide the Sunny City parents and their children a very wonderful opportunity to register in May for the Family Financial Fun Night. We're trying to bring finances and fun all wrapped in one. All right. The event will give parents the opportunity to work together with their children on resolving financial situations. The participants will be actively involved in a series of 4 to 5 hands-on financial centers. All right, and this opportunity is in conjunction with, at no cost to the district, by the Cuyamaca College under the direction of economic and business professor Anthony Sabelli. He's the mover of this financial literacy in the school districts. And he was very pleased that we made contact, and he's looking forward to coming, and he's the one that will be directing this fun night. He comes with maybe 10 boxes of all kinds of fun activities, sets up centers or different sections, and the parents and the children are to get involved, and he has everything set up. It's all tied to finances and money and what you need to survive in life. So we're very pleased that he'll be hopefully coming to our district. Family Fun Night will start off with pizza. It's gonna be a pizza party. He brings the pizza from the local pizzeria, and that'll be at no cost to the district. Apparently, Mr. Stambini has some type of a grant where he has money to buy pizzas for all the parents and kids. So we're very excited to hopefully bring this to the district. At the conclusion of the night, each parent and student will receive a certificate of completion, financial completion of some kind. The students, in addition, will receive a gift bag that's filled with all kinds of material educational items and a gift certificate. And I was pleased to be invited to go to see one of his programs. And each child got a gift certificate from Target, a $50 gift certificate. I was very proud. I was very surprised. So I guess my bill went up. Parents, okay, so parents of K6, this is the K6 program, because all the activities are for like K6 level. So we'll have the opportunity to register for the Family Financial Fun Night, sponsored by the Educational Collaborative. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What?
Exciting.
Oh,
And the staff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Lambiada.
Here,
Yes, Lambiada, that starts, I think, at 2 o'clock, 2 to 4.
1:30, I believe.
1:30,
Yes.
okay. I think that,
Remember,
I
blue
think they'll
school.
be sending out flyers to all the
Yes,
students.
they are.
Yes,
Yeah, so,
All
the blue school, okay?
yes,
The blue.
the blue school.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alice. Jessica Mesa, and she will need an interpreter. Va a tener a 5 minutos. Sí puede ver, viene con los acá, gracias. Además para estar segura que queremos darle su tiempo. Gracias.
Aló, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Jessica Mesa. Voy a hablar en español. Yo tengo algunos pues incomodidades. Tengo un niño en la mirada, va en TK, en la clase especial. Y lo primero que pues me tiene un poco preocupada y triste es que en el salón de mi niño les han dado reconocimientos. Uno ha sido por la asistencia, el otro ha sido académicamente. Van 2 que han dado y a mi niño nunca le han dado ninguno. El primero por la asistencia, nunca me han dicho el por qué, solo no le han dado. Entonces, mi niño se ha faltado como unas 2, 3 veces, ha sido porque se me ha enfermado y lo he justificado. No sé si eso sea un motivo, pero cuando yo le pregunté a la maestra qué tenía mi niño, me dijo que pues faltaban 2 más en lo que terminaba el ciclo escolar, que acaban de hacer otra no hace mucho, igual, a mi niño no le dieron nada. No digo porque mi niño sea el mejor estudiante, sea, no, pero siempre le dan normalmente a los mismos estudiantes el mismo reconocimiento. O sea, no es como que los roten, si son, por ejemplo, 15 estudiantes, pues ya les dieron 3, 4, pues ahora turnear a otros. Siempre son los mismos estudiantes a los que les dan. Y se me hace, pues, algo triste, porque así como yo como mamá, como mi niño que viene y hace su esfuerzo de levantarse temprano, yo de traerlo, si ha faltado 2, 3 veces ha sido justificado porque se ha enfermado, no porque quiera, y no le den un conocimiento, ya sea de attendance o sea de académicamente, pues se me hace algo no muy bien. Y sí me gustaría, pues que esos, si se pudiera, no sé, modificar o que se pudiera hacer para que uno como mamá que hace su esfuerzo y mi niño, pues, se motiven y no nada más siempre pues, a las mismas personas, a los mismos niños, porque así, pues, ni ganas te dan de venir. Entonces, eso es algo que me tiene un poco, pues, preocupada y a la vez triste de que a mi niño, pues, nunca ha recibido nada, nunca me han dicho el por qué, solo sé que no le dan, y es algo que sí me gustaría, pues, si se pudiera solucionar. Sería todo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Gracias. Karina Robles, parent at Willow Elementary. She will have 5 minutes.
I'm gonna be speaking in English and then in Spanish. And I'm sorry if I don't make eye contact, I read it to feel comfortable. Good evening, board members, administrative staff, fellow parents and community members. My name is Karina Robles and I'm here today as a proud but concerned parent of a child with special needs and an English learner in the district. I'm here to speak from the heart, not just for my child, but for all our children and for the families who feel unheard. First, I would like to talk about trust. Trust is the foundation of any strong school community, but it's hard to maintain when we see the same faces in the same seats year after year. We're asking for term limits for board members. When someone holds a position for over a decade, 10 years or more, it's no wonder parents and the community start to lose faith. Fresh perspectives bring new ideas, accountability, and hope. Without that, we're left wondering, who are we really serving? I urge you to consider term limits to rebuild the trust we are so desperately need. Next, I want to talk about recognition. It's wonderful to see staff from our school celebrated for their hard work. Many of them deserve it. But why are we the parents and the community left out of the process? We're the ones who see the day-to-day impact of their efforts, or lack thereof, on our children. When you hand out awards, give us a vote and a voice too. Let us nominate, let us weigh in. We're not just bystanders, we're not strangers. We're partners in this journey, especially for those of us with special needs children who rely on every decision you make. Now I would like to address something that weighs heavily on my mind, which is budget. This district spends thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars hiring attorneys to represent and protect itself. Yet when we, the parents, seek advocates to stand up for our children's rights, you push back. You try to silence us, to strip away our support. How is that fair? And while we're on the subject of spending, I would like to ask, why is there always money for lawyers, but not for hiring more staff or playgrounds in good conditions, new carpets in the classrooms, soap and toilet paper? Children deserve a clean, safe environment, not a budget that prioritizes legal battles and administrator salaries over the dignity. It is time to rethink your priorities and put our children first. Finally, I'm here to make a plea, clear request. I would like to ask that to stop harassment, discrimination, intimidation, and retaliation against parents and advocates. We're not your enemies. We're fighting for our kids, just like you should be. When we speak up, when we question, when we push for what's right, we shouldn't face threats or punishment. That's not how a school district should treat its families. We deserve respect, not retaliation. Our voices matter and our children's future depend on it. I'm asking you today to please listen, not just to me, but all of us. Let's just build a district where the trust is real, where parents have a say, where money is spent wisely on our kids, and where no one is afraid to speak up. Our children, especially those with special needs, deserve nothing less. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta, de administradores, personal, compañeros y padres y miembros de la comunidad. Mi nombre es Karina Robles y estoy aquí como una madre orgullosa, preocupada de un niño con necesidades especiales y aprendiz de inglés. Hoy quisiera hablar de la confianza. La confianza es la base de cualquier comunidad escolar sólida, pero es difícil mantenerla cuando vemos las mismas caras en los mismos asientos año tras año. Pedimos límites de mandato para los miembros de la Junta. Cuando alguien ocupa un puesto durante más de una década, 10 años o más, no es de extrañar que los padres y la comunidad comiencen a perder la fe. Nuevas perspectivas traen ideas frescas, responsabilidad y esperanza. Sin esto nos quedamos preguntándonos a quién estar sirviendo realmente. Les insto a considerar límites de mandato para reconstruir la confianza que tanto necesitamos. Quiero hablar sobre los reconocimientos. Es maravilloso ver al personal de nuestras escuelas celebrado por su arduo trabajo. Muchos de ellos se lo merecen. Pero ¿por qué los padres y la comunidad quedamos fuera de este proceso? ¿Somos nosotros quienes vemos el impacto diario de sus esfuerzos o también la falta de ellos, de nuestros hijos? Cuando entreguen premios, por favor, denos también un voto y una voz. Permítanos nominar y permítanos opinar. No solo somos espectadores, no somos extraños, somos socios en este camino, especialmente aquellos de nosotros con hijos de necesidades especiales que dependen de cada decisión que ustedes toman. También quisiera hablar de los fondos. Este distrito gasta miles, a veces decenas de miles de dólares contratando abogados para representarse y protegerse. Sin embargo, cuando nosotros los padres buscamos defensores para luchar por los derechos de nuestros hijos, ustedes se resisten, intentan silenciarnos, quitarnos nuestro apoyo. ¿Cómo es esto justo? Ya que hablamos de gastos, quiero preguntar por qué siempre hay dinero para abogados, pero no para contratar más personal, para estructuras de juegos en buenas condiciones, alfombras nuevas en las aulas, jabón y papel higiénico. Los niños merecen un entorno limpio y seguro. Gracias por su atención.
There is Alexander Aguilera. 5 minutes.
Unos niños me pegaron en la escuela. Y uno se llama Víctor, que me quería tirar piso en cemento. Y luego otro niño me pegó en la nariz. Y un niño me hizo un morete, me agarró de las manos. Y luego me patearon. Y luego en la escuela hay un niño que se llama Axo que me golpeó en la nariz y dolió, pero no fui a la enfermera, pero luego me caí en la silla, porque la silla yo no la dejé así. Alguien la agarró para que me caía. Y otro niño que me hace bullying, a veces me hacen bullying en la escuela. Y luego me pegan y un niño y le hace juego a ahorcar. Pero ese niño golpea a todos y hay otro que se llama Darian que me pega. Y una vez ese niño que se enoja y luego me pega, me hace maldades. para que ese niño me hace maldades y otros niños me roban. Hay niñas que en la escuela que dicen puras groserías. Y hay uno que tira papeles en los carros. Y la maestra a veces regaña a todos los niños, mis casillas. Una vez me querían sujetar, me hicieron un moretote, dos morotes, moretes, me hicieron. Porque en la middle school hay niños que golpean a todos, hay unos niños que golpean, juegan a pelear, juegan a ahorcar, y luego una que casi me ahoga, un niño ese niño es un niño que ese niño una vez me golpeó y yo fui a la enfermera, pero no fui, eso fue como me caí de la silla. Porque una vez creo que alguien movió la silla para que me caía. Un niño que se llama Víctor, otro que se llama Víctor, no es Víctor Mequeque, ese es otro, el que me quería tirar. Mira, ese niño me roba para que se los da a las otras niñas, porque no tengo cosas y otro niño, el Axel, juega a ahorcar. Y hay unos niños en la escuela que juegan a pelear en la cancha de fútbol. Y juegan a pelear y luego las maestras las regañan y hay una maestra que los regaña siempre. Los dice que no corras porque los grita muy fuerte y luego los regaña, pero no le hicimos nada, nomás corremos y ya. Y una vez corrimos y luego la maestra lo regañó. Otra de otro salón me regañó muy feo. Porque es una maestra.
Gracias, Eric. Eric, eres un niño muy valiente y te aseguro que vamos a compartir las quejas y las cosas que te han pasado para que se haga algo, porque yo sé que ningún niño debe de pasar por lo que tú pasas. Te damos un gran aplauso por tu valentía. No es fácil sentarte y hablar en frente de todo el mundo. Y tú eres muy valiente. Gracias. Very courageous. Wow. Very great. Thank you. Alicia Aguilera, 5 minutes. Also, just public comment.
Hi, good afternoon to everybody, and I'm very concerned. Eric is my son. He's disabled, and he was last year in Sunset School, and he also has bullying in that school. Well, they changed Mr. Burciaga and Mr. Little because I have to get an attorney with this case is still open regards bullying. My son has surgery in the head. They took mass out of his head and he died in one of the surgeries. He's having the same problem in Willow School, and some kids in his class play like holding the neck so you can breathe. It's like a challenge how much you hold the breath, which is a very dangerous game because kids can die regards that game. I don't know what's that game be called, but it's dangerous. A 7-year-old kids in first grade, they play this type of challenge because that in school regards playing that a specific game can have causing very dramatic in other kids because they want to keep challenge that game, so it needs to stop the bullying. My son, 9-year-old and 10-year-old in fourth grade, they beat him up. I was in the news on January 17 regards my son's bully, and I keep making reports regards that, which is I have reports with the district on Bayer Street, and thus I don't see anything happen regards to still the bullying continually. And sometimes my son, he's scared going to school because that, and one kid in there scratch him and punch him in the face, like he says. They never call me in the nursing. And I mean, when I drop my son, I'm in very worried. And sometimes I don't know if I should send her or not. He needs to study. The school is for kids. They go practice, go and study, and play to everybody. The school is not for a punching and kids become criminals. It needs to stop the bullying. And next Wednesday, the news are going to Willow School regards these women. We're gonna protest regards the bullying against the district school in San Ysidro. They need to do something to defend all these kids. It's not about the moms. The moms are defending our children. And my advocate is Lisa Jeggins, which is, he's sending these reports to you guys, and it needs to be in a matter, you guys need to wake up call regards the bullies. It's back in the decades, and it's continually every year. Even each of you guys or your parents or grandparents suffer bullying. Bullying it should be a crime, and it should be consequences regards bullying, because it happened cases with Delhi with students or kids, they suicidal. So it needs to stop the bullying, you know. Another thing, it's the security in Willow School follow woman, and it should not, because I mean, I go there for worry about my son. He follow me. I mean, for me, I feel like sexually harassment, like someone follow me. If it's a security, woman can go as a public school. You can go. It should not security follow you everywhere. It needs to, the standards needs to know, like, if you're not violent in school, should not like have like perjury or make some false accusations, or like not telling the truth, because they call to me CPS regards lies, and they take the kids away from lies in the school, because they make 2 lies about me with CPS, which is CPS investigate, and it was a lie. It was district school calling CPS on me, which is not as resolved, and they're taking the kids with lies, with the parents legally, with lies in school. They make lies to CPS to take the mothers as kids. So it needs to stop. And I would like if you can please listen to this matter, because I'm very concerned about my son, and I thank you guys for your effort, and thanks.
Saraí Estrada. A ver,
Estaba buscando esto, me volvió. Estaba buscando esto.
5 minutos tiene. Si puede ver bien el reloj.
Sí, sí, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Araí. Soy una mamá que tuve a mi niño en la escuela Sunset el año pasado. Yo vengo aquí preocupada porque mi hijo tiene todavía secuelas del golpe que tuvo en la cabeza el año pasado. A mi hijo lo empujó una maestra con de los incendios. Se le hinchó su cerebro, se le hinchó su cabeza. Al momento de hacer reportes, pues no se pudo. Aquí el señor Burciaga dijo que yo era criminal, dijo que yo era terrorista, me mandó a CPS, me hicieron un mega chisme, ah, yo estoy preocupada porque, y no preocupada, estoy enojada, estoy molesta, porque yo no sé si ustedes sepan, pero por ejemplo en México, en la SEP, les piden requerimientos a los profesores. Mi mamá fue profesora de inglés y falleció a causa del bullying que le hicieron sus propios compañeros. El bullying empieza por nosotros. Empieza por no señalarme, porque el año pasado yo era homeless y me señalaron. Me dijeron que yo no tenía cómo mantener a mis hijos. Fueron a la casa, me dijeron que yo era criminal, pero no, me señalaron sin motivo. Me señaló el director, exdirector de la escuela. Tengo un caso abierto que todavía no sé qué es lo que está pasando, pero yo vengo aquí a que me graben, a dar mi testimonio, porque el presidente incluso metió la moción de que los distritos escolares deben de ser removidos, porque no están siendo lo bastante profesionales que digamos. No tienen carreras universitarias y para mí un simple curso de CPS no es suficiente. Necesitan terminar la universidad. Necesitan no hacer plazas de más de 10 años, porque están haciendo corrupción junto con la policía, obviamente, porque también todas las veces que hablé a la policía, su oficial Mark me inventó y tardaron como 2 o 10 horas, pero para otras cosas sí llegan así rápido, pero para cosas de los niños la policía no llega. Entonces, pues California está muy corrupto, esto se ha dicho en las noticias, se va a seguir diciendo, o sea, yo les sugiero de verdad que traten de hacer cambios por su trabajo, por su vocación, si esa es su vocación de maestros, adelante. Si van a ser maestros y luego administrativos, pues también exijo, yo como mamá y espero que las otras mamás también exijan, las carreras precisamente de administrativos o de, no sé, human resource, si los van a poner human resource, pues que sean, de conforme a su carrera, no nada más por palancas. O sea, que se investigue bien a cada una de las personas que trabajan en el distrito escolar, que se investigue bien a todos y que más que nada dejen de hacer perjury en contra de las personas, porque aparte de hacer perjury, hacen, o sea, te inventan chismes, te dicen que tú eres criminal y solo somos papás preocupados. Yo solo soy una mamá preocupada, mi hija y mi hijo ya no van a la escuela, están traumados, mis hijos no quieren regresar a Estados Unidos, ¿sí? Tienen secuelas psicológicas de la escuela, tienen muy malos recuerdos. El bullying se puede prevenir, no nada más con campañas, no nada más con campañas, se puede prevenir, nada más siendo amables unos con los otros. O sea, la amabilidad y el amor y el compañerismo viene desde casa. Yo quisiera saber si en dado caso puedo entonces yo aplicar para profesora porque tengo más docencia yo que ustedes que les hemos dicho como 100 veces que les pegan a nuestros hijos y no hacen nada. No sé si sus hijos van en escuelas de pagas, van, no sé, o ustedes son millonarios, reciben ayudas del gobierno, reciben ayudas de la policía, reciben ayudas de todo el mundo y sienten que son intocables, pero no es así, ustedes solo son personas y nosotros también, y nosotros somos papás muy enojados. Yo en lo personal no me voy a detener hasta dar con el final. Si yo necesito irme a la Casa Blanca a decir todo porque todo esto es evidencia, ¿sí sabían? De lo que ya está siendo no, ya no es una propuesta, ya es un hecho. Van a desmantelar el sistema educativo. Entonces, pues, pónganse, pónganse serios, porque son sus trabajos los que corren en riesgo. Nuestros hijos van a seguir yendo a la escuela. Ustedes son los que se van a quedar sin trabajo. Y pues, nada, solo les pido que dejen de acosarnos. Por favor, les pido que dejen de acosarme. Gracias.
Roxanne, Palestine.
Which item I asked for?
So right now, this one just says public comment and it's 3 minutes.
There's chapter 9.1, 12.1, 13.8. Huh?
You're not on agenda item.
Yeah, but what about the other ones? I'm not gonna be able to speak.
No, you are, but
Okay, I'm
this
just
is
making
because you
sure.
have two slips here and then
Thank you.
I'm gonna explain the second one, how we're going to manage with the time for it.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here tonight as a parent, an advocate, and a firm believer that our schools should be spaces of opportunity, collaboration, and respect, not intimidation and exclusion. But we've been met with not only board members fighting us, threatening us, parents, ignoring our voices. We need term limits. We need parents on that board, not career politicians. Let's talk about Willow. Despite all the challenges this school is facing, the principal has failed to step up and create a space where parents feel welcome. Instead of working with parents, she pushes us away. Instead of fixing issues, she ignores them. Instead of embracing community, she actively shuts us out. What kind of school leadership uses police to intimidate parents at an open house? I wasn't being disruptive. I wasn't causing a scene. I was doing what every parent should be doing, being involved. I got to Willow at around 3:25. Open house was supposed to start at 3:30. But yet when we walked in, we were yelled at by staff saying we couldn't come in till 3:45. So we complied, walked back out, and came back in at 3:45. We went to the resource tables, including the ones with resource cops, went to the assembly, and then we got the green light to go into the classrooms. I was accompanying Sarina Robles, my friend. We went into Ms. Beltran's classroom. We were treated with respect. We went to room 22, and it's such a small world. I ended up knowing that teacher since childhood. I got a call from Trustee Peraza. She told me our superintendent called her and gave her the choice of telling me to leave or that they would remove me. We were in a harmonic environment, and I didn't want to interrupt the conversation we were having since I was not doing anything wrong. And you right away, it is not the superintendent's job to give orders to board members. 10 minutes later, the principal at Willow, along with the security, told me I was not welcome and that I had to leave the campus. I told her that I was not being disruptive and that was not a welcoming environment for parents, but complied and left. When I walked out, Lisa Yegas was talking to the cops. Mr. Iñiguez had kicked her out, even though she was a guest and was not being disruptive. And yet we were removed from the open house, treated like criminals. And it's not the first time parents get threatened with police being called on them in this district. They also didn't let me enter the ELAC meeting at Willow, which they're supposed to be open to the public. I suggest you guys really tell the secretaries, because like, I'm not doing anything wrong. I want to be involved. I go to all these committees. And I shouldn't have to fight with staff, and I wasn't fighting. I always comply, but it's not fair to give that kind of negativity with parents. I mean, they act like I'm a criminal. I'm an involved parent. Every parent should be going to those meetings, and it's not a welcoming environment. It doesn't matter if my kids go here. I can go to any ELAC meeting if I want. I can go to all 7 schools of them, and there shouldn't be a problem. And the district is facing a 2 million budget cut, and what do oh man. All right.
So, on your next step, you're gonna get 3 minutes for each of the items that you want to speak on. So you're going to speak on item 9.1.
Correct. Thank you. My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here to address item 9.1. The awards being presented, I want to say how shocking and hurtful it is to see individuals who have caused harm to students, including my own child, being celebrated tonight. I personally witnessed one of our SPED health aides restrain my own daughter in front of me, grabbed her by the wrist instead of doing something so simple like a visual card, like her IEP specifies. Instead, the first thing she does is grab her by the wrist. I can only imagine how they treat our kids when we're not lucky. That is restraint. The moment was not one of care or support. It's traumatic. My child felt unsafe, and now this individual is being recognized with an award. For what? For restraint? For a bad attitude? People working with our kids should be all CPI trained so this stops happening. Similarly, under Ms. Marin's leadership, during the first weeks of school, my friend's son, a student with autism, was secluded. He was left outside alone for hours in the heat crying, without water, without support. That is not discipline. It's abuse. And they expect our children to have that teacher next year for kinder? No, thank you. It's unacceptable. What do they do? Pretend it didn't happen? No accountability. My friend never received a transfer to Ocean View like she asked, even after having multiple IEP meetings. She left the district. Everybody's leaving the district. Nobody's doing nothing to support the parents. It's traumatizing. And we all know that students with disabilities, they do it even more because a lot of them are nonverbal. They cannot speak. They cannot communicate. This is why we keep asking for staff to be CPI trained. The U.S. Department of Education has made it clear that that restraint and seclusion should only be used when there is an immediate danger, and even then, only as the last resort. Yet here in our district, they are being used as tools to control, and tonight, those responsible are being applauded. By giving these awards, the board is sending a message that this behavior is not only tolerated, but rewarded. These actions have caused lasting harm to our children, physical, emotional, and psychological. We could have used this time to do something meaningful, like recognizing Autism Awareness Month. We could have honored our neurodivergent students with their achievements and the educators and staff who truly support them with compassion and understanding. That would have sent a powerful message of inclusion and care. Like Ms. Kara Verduzco, one of our amazing speech pathologists. All the kids love her. The intern school psychologist, Ms. Reina Leor, she's doing an amazing job. She supported me a lot every single morning. And being here for the students, supporting students and families the way it should be. I urge the board to shift the focus, recognize and uplift the students who overcome systemic barriers every day, celebrate the resilience of our children with disabilities. Look to districts like San Diego Unified, where Above and Beyond Awards honor individuals committed to improving outcomes for students with disabilities. The California State PTA also highlights the importance of empowering and educating children with special needs.
Your next item is 12.1.
My name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm speaking as a parent and advocate for students with disabilities. Tonight, item 12.1 is listed as a short presentation on NCI, CPI, whatever. And while I appreciate the idea behind sharing information, what we don't need right now is another presentation. What we need is action. Our children, especially those with IEPs, with autism, with sensory or emotional needs, are being supported by staff who are not properly trained to respond in moments of crisis. That is dangerous and it's unfair for the students and for the staff who are left to figure things out without the right tools. We don't need a presentation from SELPA. We need our staff CPI trained. I know you guys mentioned numbers, but I know for a fact the people working with our students are not CPI trained, and if they are, they're still not doing their job because we've seen it firsthand. They are putting their hands on our children. And we don't need administrators to have CPI. They're administrators. What are they gonna do? They're not in the classroom with our children. The cafeteria ladies, they need support. Are they trained? If there's tantrums, there's kids being on the floor. I know there's been many reports by people about that and nothing happens. Yeah, and it's also about staff being confident, informed, and supported. One training can make the difference between a child being hurt or help, between trust or trauma. Please, we don't want another presentation. We want a district-wide urgent plan for full CPI training for all staff, every campus, every adult. Thank you.
The next item you want to speak on is 14C.
14C2.
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here as a concerned parent and community member. I want to speak about something that just doesn't make sense. The decision to rehire Mr. Little after he retired, we're looking at a $2 million budget cut, and instead of making responsible staffing decisions like hiring more personnel or freezing high-paying assistant roles, as community members have already suggested in the past meetings, the district chooses to retire someone and then rehire them. I'm sorry, but that's not leadership. That's a bad use of funds, plain and simple. You can't tell families and staff that we don't have money and then turn around and recycle salaries for retired administrators. We're cutting services. We're stretching our teachers thin, and our kids are the ones paying the price. Meanwhile, the same people in power just stay in power, collecting checks from both ends. Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here to speak on item 14D.1. According to the agenda, only 5 staff members are being sent to this event, and it's happening in La Jolla. My question is simple. What about the parents? Why weren't we invited to be part of this? Parents are the ones who are in the schools every day, advocating for their children, sitting in IEP meetings, attending board meetings, pushing for better systems, and yet we're constantly left out of opportunities to learn, lead, and collaborate. ELAC meetings are open to the public. Oh, I think I already, but please let Willow staff members that information so they won't deny me access this month for attending their ELAC meeting tomorrow. How is that even, how is that an event that likely involves decisions or discussions around education? Student support or equity is held off-site, far from the community, with zero family engagement. 5 staff members, that's not collaboration, that's exclusion. If this district truly believes in shared leadership, transparency, and equity, then you can't keep putting families last. You can't keep scheduling events in upscale places like La Jolla, while our parents struggle to even get proper communication from their schools. We don't need fancy, we need access. We need a seat at the table. Where was the invite? Where's the plans to bring this information back to the parents? Where's the effort to build trust and relationships with the people who live here, raise children here, and are doing the work every single day? We deserve to be included, not just informed after the fact. Thank you.
And your last item is 14E.13.
No, I think you missed 14E4.
Oh, not here, but
Okay.
go ahead.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here to speak on item 14E4. Regarding the Williams complaints, the report says everything is in compliance, but I have to strongly disagree. I don't know how the district can claim full compliance when the fence at Willow Elementary is still broken and the playground structure is still unsafe and unrepaired, closed off. That's just not a minor detail, that's a safety issue. Something our students see and experience every single day. We're talking about a broken fence on a school campus. We're talking about a playground that isn't safe for children. And yet we're here saying all is compliant. It won't be in compliance until it's fixed. That's not acceptable. If it's not safe, it's not compliant. If it's broken, it's not complete. These are not just cosmetic issues. They impact student safety, access to outdoor play, and the overall feeling of care at a campus. When children show up to schools and see things broken or ignored, it sends a message that their environment doesn't matter, that their well-being isn't a priority. So I'm here to say that we want it fixed. We want that fence secured and we want that playground structure repaired. Not next year, not after the parts get here, or it's gonna take it's ridiculous. Don't tell the committee things are in order when the conditions on the ground tell a different story. Do the right thing and fix what's broken. Make Willow whole again.
And 14E.13.
Good evening, my name is Roxanne Palestino, and I'm here to speak on item 14E13. If this item is about bringing in a program or asking for funding to address bullying, families have come forward, students have spoken out, parents have written emails, shown up to meetings, pleaded for help, and too often they are met with silence, delays, or denial. So now when we see a new proposal or grant application, the question we have is, with what plan? With what follow through? With what accountability? Because right now our trust is really low. What are you guys going to do differently? How will this actually protect students, especially those with disabilities, those who are neurodivergent? We are most targeted and least believed. Are we just applying for funding to check a box, or do you have a clear trauma-informed community-driven plan that includes families, counselors, teachers, and students? We don't need a new poster assembly. We need real systems of prevention, intervention, and accountability. We want staff CPI trained, students supported, and families involved from the start, not as an afterthought. Bullying is not just a behavior issue, it's a safety issue. It affects mental health, attendance, academic outcomes, and trust in the system. So don't bring us another program unless you're ready to commit to doing the hard work that comes with it. We want transparency and we want results. We want to see the change. Give me 1 second, because I'm okay. So I wanted to say, it's not really a lack of funding. It's about misplaced priorities, and who is approving these raises and changes are board members. The same board members who have encouraged parents to grab the cookie and go, same board members who don't have term limits the same board members who have been here over 12 years. If you guys are not actively working with parents, then who are you serving? If you don't have children in the district, if you're not engaging with families who make up the community, then who exactly are you representing? Unions? Because right now it seems like you're serving our superintendent and her paycheck, not the families of San Ysidro. And speaking of representation, let's talk about Lisa Yegan. Lisa Yegan is one of the only true advocates fighting for us parents, doing the work that board members should be doing. She stands with us, advocates for our rights, and refuses to back down when the district tries to silence us. And how does San Ysidro School District treat her? Like a threat. It's 2025 and parents are more empowered than ever. Whatever opinions people may have about Lisa Yegan in an IEP setting should not be used to discredit the work she does. She's the only one up here fighting for us, standing up for us parents. And we wouldn't even need her if the board was doing its job. Lisa's doing what our elected officials should be doing, advocating for the parents and students of San Ysidro.
Thank you. Now we have items from the board and superintendent, and I'll just go ahead and start at the end of our table.
Thank you, Madam President. Nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I do have a few things to talk about. And the first thing is about the recognitions that we give tonight. So I have a little speech. So as we recognize April as Autism Awareness Month, I want to first take a moment to acknowledge the importance of inclusion, understanding, and respect for all students, especially those in special education. Tonight, I'm grateful for the opportunity to say thank you to the special education staff being recognized. Your dedication, your patience, and your care have impacted many families, including mine. And I want to sincerely honor your work. At the same time, I feel it's important to speak truthfully. While many staff members have shown great commitment and compassion, there have been also concerns from several parents, including myself a year ago, and by witnessing it, regarding the way some students in special education have been treated. Some of these concerns include the use of restraints in situations where students were not treated with the respect they deserve. And it's important to remember many of these students can't speak for themselves, like my son. And I know right now the team is not here, but I hope they can hear it at home. This is why I want to remind everyone that children with disabilities have rights protected by law through IDEA Section 504 and others to receive FAPE, a free appropriate public education. These rights are not optional. They exist to ensure that every student is treated with dignity, supported in their learning, and given the chance to succeed like everyone else. Let me be clear. I support and value the staff who are doing their jobs with integrity and professionalism. You deserve to be recognized tonight. But for those who have received repeated concerns from families, I invite you to reflect. We all carry the responsibility of protecting our students' well-being, and each of us know when we are doing right by them and when we're not. I also recognize the part of the challenge might be the need for more trainings. That's why I want to invite, that's why I invited all the staff working with special education students to consider taking CPI training when it becomes available. It's a valuable resource, not only for responding to crisis situations, but also for helping preventing bullying and ensuring safer environments. The training is offered at no cost through South County SELPA, like the gentleman who was here doing the training. And I would like to work with Dr. Potter to explore how we can make this training more accessible to everyone's schedules, since that's one of the barriers. So no one is left behind when it comes to professionalism, growth, and student safety. My priority as a board member is that every student receives a quality education. I am also committed to support special education rights and parents' rights, because all family deserves to feel seen, heard, and respected in our schools. Thank you. And thank you. And for other announcements, I want to share that I went to CAVE, the CAVE conference for bilingual students. This was in Long Beach. Unfortunately, I only could go for one day, which was Friday. And but just that day, I was happy with all the things that I saw, the workshops that I participated. One regarding translations during IEP meetings. This is a good training that maybe we can also consider. And I also attended to a presentation from our neighbors at South Bay District or Imperial Beach. And it was so nice to see the presentation because everybody was there. All of the board members were there. And also the superintendent, a lot of teachers, and they're leading here in South County as the best district for dual language programs. And I would love for us to also be part of this recognitions and to have dual language if possible in all of our schools. What I admire from this presentation, from this board too, is that most of them are parents. 4 of them are parents. And one, I think it's a retired teacher. So it was very nice to see. I felt at home really because the parents, the board members were just like me. They were very open to all of the other parents, and they were open to suggestions from teachers, and they listened to their community. So I felt very, very at home there, and I hope we can be the kind of board for our parents as well one day. I didn't attend in person the DLAC and DPAC meetings from the district, but I did watch them online through the YouTube channel from South Bay Community Special Education. And I did saw all of our parents. This is the second time we've met quorum, which I'm very happy about. And I was very excited. I saw all of the board members too, raising great questions, raising great concerns, and how to tackle parent communication through the district, and their commitment to those committees. And also, I think 3 of them went to CAVE as well, 3 parents, and they speak very good about that too. And lastly, again, I want to, since we do have the green light for PTA, I would like to invite parents to ask your principals about PTA. If you want to start the PTA, go to them, and you can always reach the 9th district. They are always very good responding to parents who wants to initiate a PTA are always excited. And yeah, I also invite principals from all of the districts to have an inviting and welcoming environment for all of our parents and community members. So we can to give parents the proper time they deserve and to treat every case as with respect and dignity as they deserve. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Irene, okay, I'm gonna try to make it short, but I did wanna thank Alice for coming, who's part of the San Ysidro Educational Collaborative. And I know that's a good organization and they do a lot of things for our community too. But this one is particularly very important. And I think that's what we needed, apart from other agencies that have come and have tried to bring programs for our parents. But because of the cost, we haven't been able to. But districts like San Diego Unified, those big districts can. But I want to thank you because I think it's real important for our parents to know that there are programs and there will be. So hope to have that flyer distributed, and I know it will be, because it's a good opportunity for our parents to go and learn and know that there is help and there is people who care. And the other thing is, I know that nobody's perfect. I want to say that sometimes parents don't find the door, don't follow procedures, but nobody's perfect. But there are procedures. There are ways you can get help. There are ways. But I don't think you know our community because there's a lot of things here that you don't know about our community, yet you come and you do make your comments. You have that right. But know what our community has gone through. Know what we've done. Really, I mean, really done with what we have. And I think that special ed is something that we should actually work with, because that's a very important program that has always been here for many years, but we've expanded. And yes, we have a lot of children with autism. We have a lot of children that have special needs. And all of that is very important to our board and to our superintendent and to our administrators. But it's not easy because of what's going on right now. And sometimes I think right now, we're all worried. And it's not just us, it's other districts that are worrying about the funding, state and federal. And what's coming down, we don't know. They think by changing rules and regulations that we're gonna be fine. No, it's not gonna be fine because you need rules and regulations and you need contracts, yes. But we were very fortunate that our community voted for these bonds. If these bonds come with an attachment, that money is to build our schools better in the facilities, because a lot of you that don't know our community, we haven't made one of the oldest schools buyer. We haven't been able to build it again because there's no money. Plus, La Mirada and Smythe are also older schools, and there's a lot of work to be done, even Willow. But it's money that comes, and there's also regulations that come with that we can build here, we can do that. We don't go out and put a wand and fix the playground because you see it destroyed. You don't understand because we're growing, we're doing that, but it takes time and it takes a lot of regulations of having a license and getting permits to start the work. But the community made their commitment to us by approving those bonds, but they also come with requirements. So come to us and say this and that. It's not that way it works. And we're not in another country, we're in the United States. Hopefully we remain the United States. But there's other issues that are very important, but that hurts me. Because this is where I grew up, I went to school. This is where my children and my grandchildren. And before that, I grew up here. I saw what San Ysidro has done with other superintendents. And you may complain about what, you spend money on this and that. Well, you know what? In order to keep going and bringing these programs and being recognized by the state, by the county, is the first time that I've seen San Ysidro get that. And it doesn't take money. It takes knowledge to bring that and heart to fight for what we need for our kids, for our community. And I'm proud of that. Yeah, I've been here on the board for a long time because this is my town. You're new to my town. You don't know. You don't know what we've done. And if it's your problem that you don't like us, well, then let the voters know when you go out to vote, because they're the ones who voted me in. And I respect that because this is my community. So I want to ask you, please, don't be rude. Don't be disrespectful. If you want respect, I was brought up, you respect me, I'll respect you. I'll listen. And yes, nobody's perfect, but we need to sit and talk and not be disrespectful with each other and use things that you don't, or say words that you don't know. You don't know our community. I can tell by the way you talk and say. You've been here and you have a right to come. And I know that we're a school district that has a lot of homeless families. But people now are even suffering more. And that's the most important thing. Because you don't see those children that come to our schools that haven't slept well, they don't have where to eat or eat well, and they can't function in the classroom. And that's not something that has helped us in any way, but we're trying. But when the funding isn't there, you can't blame the staff. You can't blame our superintendent or administrators because they're trying their best they can. And when you see this recognition, I haven't seen this in years. And I think it's great because it helps us to understand each other and respect each other and be honored with that. So I really, with my heart, you know, it hurts me to hear when people come and just criticize and say without even knowing what's the stuff.
And I don't think we should speak directly to the people in the public. The people in the public.
To anybody. I'm just saying right now that it's very important, but at the same time, it hurts me to hear that because you don't really understand or really know our community. So thank you, everybody, and I thank for the recognition. And I wanted to, I know Laura's not here, the principal, but Connie did a good job, and thank you for assisting us in this evening today. It was very good for our kids to see that. So thank you.
Good evening. Congratulations. I just want to thank everybody who's still here. It is a long meeting and it was important to recognize the individuals that were recognized this evening, beginning with the students and the adults and the staff. That is something that's very important throughout all school districts. The recognition is important because it validates that we recognize the hard work. And I want to say, as a board member, we were all elected to serve the community. And there's all different levels. And we may not all have children here, but I have my kids here and my grandkids. They all grow up and they have to go somewhere else. My first class I taught, they're turning 50 years old this year. Imagine that. I have Las Gemelas just celebrated their 50th. You know the Familia Melgar, everybody knows them. Monica and Alicia were my students my first year. They just turned 50. I told them it was not even incredible. Both educators, and not just them. Many of our students have grown up to become professionals. Some have been able to come back and give back to the community. Many can't for so many reasons. They may leave, they may go somewhere else. But across the state, there are so many opportunities to recognize students, districts, teachers, parents. And it's just a matter of sometimes we may hear about them, sometimes we may not. There are 42 districts in this county. Those are thousands of children, thousands of teachers, administrators. And so just for the biliteracy, I want to specify that 42 districts have selected a role model in biliteracy education. Marta Vasquez is exemplary, an amazing educator who is well deserved of that recognition. And in that recognition, they only allow 5 because there's 42 districts and they select the location, we don't. And if they do choose La Jolla, well, great, get to go have a beautiful view. But I think San Ysidro has a better view. We have the sunset view better than La Jolla because you have to go down into the trenches in La Jolla. Here we have beautiful Mexico. Beautiful Mexico. We have a beautiful community that deserves these recognitions. And the principals have a right to select all the individuals, and we can't choose everybody, but it is important that you validate your staff. And they're all important in your meetings and your everyday visits. It is important. Parents are important. And that's what made me a very successful teacher. That connection with parents was powerful. And I think we will continue. We're not perfect, and we really think it's important for people to come and share. But we have to be very careful how we judge people and saying that everybody is in the same package. It's not like that. The majority of the people in this community truly care for the children. If they wouldn't be here. And if we're sitting here, it's because we were elected by the community. The community voted us to be here. And if they want me here for 40 years and God gives me 40 more years, I will be here to serve this community for whatever amount of years this community wants us to serve. So I really feel that it was important to say that. And to the 15 people who are watching us on YouTube, 15, they probably got tired. 15, I have it here. Because I don't want to hear that we had 200 people watching this. We have 15 people. 15 people, and I know everybody's busy. And there's ways to care for your community and your schools. And it may not be coming to these meetings or going to PTA meetings. It's helping your child at home succeed and making that connection with the teacher in a positive way. Because positive brings more output, better relationships, and the world is a better place when people get along and when people are kind. Kind. And that's the key word. Amor y cariño is what I used to tell my students all the time. Do everything with love and kindness, and you're going to go far. And that's all I want to say on that. Oh, I have to talk about Mr. Little. All these individuals that get voted, not voted, but we have to. Yes, they leave and then they can come back to be our substitute. We had a principal have a baby. She couldn't work, but we needed somebody to take her place. And Manuela Colon, and now Mr. Little will be able to come back as the 6 months have gone. But we can't just say, yes, come back and be a principal. There's policy, there's rules, and they have to be approved by the board. And that doesn't mean we're paying him today. He will only get paid when he substitutes for a principal. And that's that. That's what happens. And we're very happy to now have a bunch of great former educators and former classified employees who are retired, and they're coming back to help us. For heaven's sake, they could have said, I'm leaving and I'm never coming back. And you know why they're coming back? Because they love us and they care for this community. And most of all, they care for the kids. They care for the kids. And yes, my hand is shaking because it really is bothering me that it's just a select few people who constantly think we're doing every single thing wrong and blaming it on us. We make approvals here. There are many decisions that are made at the school level with parents and teachers and administrators. And then we get all the explanations and we make decisions here. We represent San Ysidro community, and I'm proud to represent this community. Every single day that I wake up, the students of this community are always on my mind. And the parents, because I care about the parents. You are important, but we have to find a way to work together because we're gonna go farther. And then I just have to say real quick, Cabe, because I could talk about Cabe, 50-year anniversary, the same as my first year student. So I guess I've been going to Cabe for 50 years, but and 6,000 people, and then I got grabbed from the hallways. They come over here and give a presentation. I'm like, why? You didn't give me any, you could do it, come and sit down. So I sat with the panel of board members from other districts. And I just want to say, in this district, all our schools have dual language except this school. Okay, so our district, we've come a long way from a time when we were told we couldn't do dual language.
Do they have the seal of bilingual?
No, that's different. That's until they get to high school.
No.
So they have to be in
Also
the,
in middle school.
oh, our sixth graders get a certificate.
But a seal of biliteracy.
It's a seal that says that they've been enrolled. They can't see biliteracy until they're seniors.
Yes, in middle school.
In middle school, they can say they've been in the program, but the seal by literacy is not till senior. And I'm just amazed at all the schools across California with programs, multilingual, Vietnamese, dual language schools where everybody's learning not just Vietnamese, Spanish, and English. I mean, how amazing. But that's why I think working together, we are going to be exemplary because that is very important for all our students.
To have a
at-
50-50
in the midst of
program.
the midst of 6,000 people, all advocates for dual language programs is powerful. So I hope that, you know, I continue to be able to represent, and I'm happy for the parents who were there. They were just fired up and so excited, and the special ed teachers who were also present there. Even those 6,000 people, I was able to run into them. I don't know why I didn't run into you, but I got lost probably with all the presentations. But thank you very much, and just thank you for everybody who's still here, and the 15 people, I think it's 14 now. But thank you, your work is valued. We care about everybody, and honestly, we're here to serve the children first. And we're here to do our best. Our best is always going to reflect on how our schools are doing. And I think kids are very happy in the schools for the most part. If they're not, we want to make sure we help our children to get there so that they all feel that school is where they want to be all the time. Thank you.
Just a couple shout outs, and then I'll try to be fast. Want to first thank everybody for being here to the board meeting this evening. I greatly appreciate it. Also, the students who are still in the house, please give them a round of applause. They're doing a great job, all of them. And then La Mirada, thank you so much for hosting us. We really appreciate it. Thank you, La Mirada. Want to share, we have two social workers, one from here, La Mirada, Miss Jed, and also a preschool social worker, Miss Stephanie Wooden. They won the San Diego County Office of Education's 5th Annual School Social Worker Award. Both Jed, also winning a county-wide award, and I know that the leader of the team is here in the house. So a shout out to Miss Leanna Davis, our Sci-Fi lead, and our Sci-Fi teachers, the team. This dynamic team just won the Classrooms of the Future Inspire Award for the entire county, and they will be recognized at the 22nd Annual Innovation in Education Awards for their special education STEAM program that is in all of our schools. Please give them a round of applause. Also, and unbeknownst to me, we have 3 shining stars in our school district. They are teachers. There was during spring break, who are the top 10 teachers in America's Favorite Teacher Contest. And so here I am, I'm working, and I get a text from one of our teachers, and it was our very own Cindy Barone. And she says, Miss Potter, I'm in the top 15. I said, top 15 of what? She says, I'm in the top 15, America's Favorite Teacher Contest. I said, whoa, Mr. Ortega, send that out so they can all vote for her so she could be in the top 10, right? So he sends it out. Then we get a second teacher. I had no idea also in America's Favorite Teacher Contest. She emails Mr. Ortega over here, Miguel, and says, but wait a minute, Mr. Ortega, I'm also in the top 15. It's our Kathy Bishop. And I ran track at Chula Vista High School with Miss Bishop's brother, and she ran track too. So I say, Mr. Miguel, Mr. Ortega, email it out so the whole district can vote also for Miss Kathy Bishop. Bishop, go Miss Barone, and go Miss Garcia. All right, I'm not quite done. We have two schools, and we gotta thank Miss Vero over there, Miss Medina, California Purple Star School, Ocean Hill, and Mr. Delmar Middle School, State California Purple Star Schools. Congratulations, way to go for serving our military family. You made state news with the California Department of Education. Woo-hoo! Okay, every time I say woohoo, my daughter says, "Don't do that, Mom." All right, just some advertising. It's really important. May is a month to celebrate our very important educators. This is the month where we say thank you to our teachers and our classified staff. So Week of the Teacher is May 5th to May 9th. And Classified and Confidential School Employee Week is the next week, May 18th to the 24th. So just a shout out to our staff and our educators. They dedicate their lives to our children and their hearts to our children. And that's our opportunity to give them gratitude and say thank you so much. I see you, Miss Alice De La Torre. I want to say thank you for being here tonight and for sharing about the wonderful program that you're bringing to our community for parent financial literacy programs from one of the community colleges. That's amazing. So, Cuyamaca, thank you. And from the San Ysidro Education Collaborative, which is a mighty collaborative. This collaborative, under the leadership of the San Ysidro Education community, and also with the help of our sci-fi team, Miss Leanna Davis here, and the sci-fi team, and Balboa Park Museum, they're throwing the STEAM Fair, which is going to be Friday, April 18th, 1:30 to 4:30 at La Mirada Elementary School. Last year, we had almost 2,000 families attend the STEAM Fair. So really excited. Give them a round of applause for their hard work. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm almost done. We were asked and invited by 3 other school districts to do the very first county Global Goal Forum at the Science Museum. And that was with the Del Mar School District, Encinitas, and National School District. We were inviting 50 of our 6th graders. So all of our 6th grade student leaders at our schools throughout the district. And Ms. Davis and her team have been meeting with them to prep them. And just remind me, what is our global goal that our district is focused on? Sustainable cities. And they're even going to teach everybody at the Science Museum how to like crank a thing and make electricity, right? So really exciting that we're going to be there, and San Ysidro will be in the house at the Balboa Park Science Fleet Center. So round of applause for everyone. And finally, we have one of the best California bilingual, multilingual teachers in the house. It is our board president. She was recognized with the Biliteracy Award at the County Office of Education. And now I have to share, because she's very humble, I have to share that she was just elected to be the State California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Member. Go, 2025 and 2027. So this prestigious position is a testament to her leadership, her dedication and passion for public education. She will represent our district at the state level, advocating for policies and initiatives that support students, educators, and schools across California. Our district is incredibly proud to have her voice and vision contributing to this important work. Felicidades. Congratulations.
They will be reminded again, where San Ysidro, it's been 20 years since I've been up there, but they're gonna remember where we are. Thank you, I'm humbled and I'm honored to represent our district at the state level. Number 13, general administration, 13.1. To approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of February 6th, 2025. Do I have a motion? I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Just a question. So it's a February 6th. Shouldn't be the one from last month? Oh. Yeah,
Okay. For all. 13.2, 2025-2026 student calendar. To approve the 2025-2026 student calendar. Do I have a motion? I make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. For all. 13.3, the 2025-2026 staff work calendars. And for 2025, 2026. And the following calendars will be approved pending ratification by the Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, and its San Ysidro chapter 154. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Second?
I'll second it.
Maureen Lopez, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. For all. 13.4, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. We're going to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators in specific areas which are difficult to fill for the 25-26 school year. I make a motion.
I'd like to second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I only want to make a note. I vote aye, but just with a note of also adding the University of San Diego to the list of colleges or universities with which we will participate in an internship program. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Okay.
14, the consent calendar, all items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. I make a motion.
I'd like to second.
I would like to pull out some. Let me know when you're ready. It will be item 14C.2. And also 14E.4. Fourteen E.12. And 14E.13.
So, Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus 14C.2, minus 14E.4, minus 14E.12, and 14E.13.
So we're going to need to vote on the first motion. Oh, yes. Okay, so we're going to deny the first motion and we're going to. Okay, all in favor? On the first motion. Aye.
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 So now we all went 4-0, but you have polls. So.
Mr. Sanchez, we just want to have a motion with polls.
Yeah.
So what was the first one?
To a motion with no polls.
Right, and so then.
During discussion.
You just make the motion with no polls.
Then
and
during
you can-
discussion,
yeah,
they
you can
have
discuss-
polls.
you can have the polls. And so then,
Oh, then the first person amends her motion.
yeah.
Yeah, so then,
This and I didn't.
oh, yes.
We will amend the first motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, for, with a one with no polls. That one?
No,
She amended her motion, so this is the one with the polls.
Okay, so we're going directly to the,
She amended the first one.
okay, yes,
yes, so Ms. Zenaida, the motion passes.
Yes, and now the motion that you
Cool.
made,
That's
That's it, that's it. We just needed the one, so that's it.
so we just
to
go to
one motion. So to clarify, the original motion was amended by the person who made the motion, which is Board President Zenaida Rosario. She amended her motion with the polls that were shared aloud by both Board Member Peraza and Board Member Arias. And Arias was the second to the original motion.
Yes.
And the original motion as amended with the polls now passes with a vote of 4-0.
okay, so the poll first one. Or 2022. Which is Russell Little, the certificated management administrative substitute as needed.
So I just want to share, I will vote no on this. I just don't feel comfortable approving this. And I'll just say no to this. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Mr. Little.
I approve Mr. Little's second. First,
I'm the first, I need a second.
I second. Call for the motion.
Call for vote.
Now for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
No.
3-0.
3-1.
3-1, I'm sorry. Late. Okay. 14.
4.
14 people. E4, okay. The third quarterly complaint report for Williams settlement related issues for school. For the school year 24-25.
So first we need to make a motion and then we could open discussion. So I'd like to make a motion to approve. I need a second.
I'll
I-
second this.
yes. This will be Irene, second. Now discussion.
Okay. I just want to make a comment about this. The Williams settlements and complaints that we have received. While I understand the district has addressed many of the Williams complaints, I just believe that there's more things to be done from our end. And it's important we stay proactive by trying to avoid complaints like these. I want to encourage, as I said before, principals to take time to really listen to parents and give proper quick attention to each parent concerns. This attention to each parent concern, it's not just about their children, it's also about our students, and they must continue to be our top priority. Working together with families is key to avoiding further escalations and building trust within our school communities. Thank you.
So I'd like to,
Yeah, we have a comment by Ms. Lopez.
because it says here on this Williams complaint that one of the 7 did not,
Made it
did not fall with the scope of the Williams Act. The remaining 6 complaints, the district was determined to be in compliance. Therefore, these complaints have been deemed resolved. So I thought it was kind of confusing at first, but now I see what they mean, but so, I think we've had the Williams, Williams, reports given to us, and we've been good at, resolving it. And I think it's good because we're doing what exactly they want us to have. In the classroom, around the classroom, on the grounds, so I think, this is something that we should be, thankful for, that we do have them. That are actually telling us whether we're in compliance or not. And so, I don't see how we can say, and I know you're trying to say that we.
Yeah, I'm not denying the complaints. I'm just saying that, we can be more proactive, with parents, communication, to maybe resolve this, in school, in the school matter, and instead of to avoid escalating for parents or whoever is doing these complaints to escalate to a complaint. So it's just a note. I'm not saying no to the item. I'm just addressing concerns that Williams complaint or not, it was a concern, and we just need to talk about it with parents directly so we can avoid all of this. That's my suggestion to principals and school administrators. That's it.
I would also like to make a comment. I wanted to echo trustee Lopez's remarks. And specifically a comment was made earlier on why we're spending so much on legal fees. And it's really because we're receiving tons of complaints. And so it's not that we want to be paying our attorneys. We don't want to be doing that. We'd rather be spending our money elsewhere. And so we are forced to have to pay our attorneys because of the complaints that we are receiving. I wanted to state that for the record, because that is an unsubstantiated claim. And for the record, we don't want to be paying our attorneys. Sorry, Joey.
Right, and I wanted to make another comment. I want to say that. I want to say that we are a small district and we don't have a bunch of attorneys. We have this very dedicated attorney. Let's give him a hand. Here we tell break the ground if we have to, Mr. TC, and our attorney that works with our special ed cases. Very, very reliable, very professional and brilliant. And so we're honored to have these attorneys that are not ripping us off, because we've had attorneys in years back. We used to have 10, 15. There was an attorney for everybody in this district, I guess. But that's a lot of money. But we have to understand the importance. We need legal advice, because we can make decisions that are against the law, and it's very important. Unless we're lawyers, my hat's off to you. So thank you for every moment that you spend assisting us and helping us with all these complaints that we have been receiving.
Well, I want to echo all of you. I want to really echo every one of you, because I don't want to pay you either, Joey. I'm sorry. And I don't want you to be working more. I'm just offering a simple solution. We're having all of these complaints. Yeah, very well deserved, by the way.
Yeah, and I just gotta say, it's difficult when we're receiving claims that are unsubstantiated by the same group of folks that continue to cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, where we could be spending these dollars to the benefit of our kids, because that is why we're here.
Are all of these complaints? All of them?
Yeah. Most from the same group.
95%.
Does William complaint also require your assistance, Joey?
Yeah, also, the other ones,
Well, it depends on.
UCP and, well, those ones I do know. It's been playing, I thought there was like a different sector.
There's different attorneys that, depending on the complaint, but complaints related to, facilities, and there's attorneys specialized in that, or complaints related to special education, and Mr. Rogers generally handles those. Anything related to, the board or employment related matters, I can.
And Joey, in summation, they result in legal fees nevertheless.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing's free. I mean, it's everywhere.
There's a lot of coordination, and it's not just legal, if I may. It's really, there's a cost of staff time as well. And so when you have to have your administrators and your staff that working, almost around the clock to coordinate the timelines for each complaint and request, that takes away again from the focus of
So if I may give myself permission to say this, thank you to all the staff because you are a big part of the investigations and it takes a lot of time. And so I know your time is precious and valuable and we should be directing your time, what you need to do for pupil services and our students. So hopefully maybe somewhere down the line, maybe tomorrow, we can stop having so many complaints. So everybody can get back to because you still do your work on top of everything you're doing. And I don't even know how you can sit here and still look like it was 7 o'clock in the morning. So I want to know what you guys are drinking in the morning, but thank you. And all the principals as well. Thank you so much.
Madam President, and if I may make one last comment. Thank you, Trustee Peraza, for pulling this item because it allowed us to have this very amazing conversation on this. So thank you.
Very important. Thank you.
Very nice.
And I'm also grateful to our staff and our team for knowing the education code and the regulations and the laws, because we are finding from the vast majority of the investigations that the district is compliant. So thank you for being experts in your field and for really working hard to ensure that the district is doing the right thing for our schools, for our students. That's very important. And I'm grateful to this board for collectively putting students at the center of all of our work. So I think as long as we continue to focus on our students, then we're doing an outstanding job.
Thank you. So now we do take a vote.
Yes.
Okay. Now we will have a vote. We had already made the motion.
Yes. All in favor?
I vote yes.
I do too, yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, for all. And your next vote.
14E.12.
For
I'd like to make a motion.
okay. I second. Okay, I'll second. Discussion?
Yes. Mr. Iniguez.
Yeah.
Sorry to put you in the spot. But so here in the item,
Mr. Iniguez, for your reference, we're on item 14E.12.
oh, yeah.
Next, change order number 1 to task orders number 4 and to number 5 with BR Building Resources Company for the CalShape Grant Energy Program Implementation Services.
Yeah, I just want for you to take a little moment to explain about this grant and how much we will get if we get awarded and how we will spend this grant. The item doesn't have the money sign.
Sure.
So it will be nice for you to share it for everyone. Thank you.
Absolutely. So generally speaking, for anyone listening, we're talking about the CalShape funds, CalShape being an acronym, but the state every year identifies an area that if a district wants to apply for and receives the funds, then you would be eligible to spend the money accordingly. So the latest round that is reflected here is for HVAC units. So we applied, we received just over 2 million for that. And so we are going to be using those funds specifically for the HVAC units at Sunset and at Willow. And anyone who's been to Willow and Sunset, especially Sunset, knows that they really need those HVAC units. Our maintenance guys are awesome, but they've been in a position where it's getting to the point where they may not be able to keep them running, and so just in time. So we're using that fund right now. We're in the design phase where we're going to take to the state our plan for the replacement of all those HVAC units. One would think you just go in there and replace the HVAC units, but no, the state requires a lot more than that, right? And so with that, we're in a position where once the DSA at the state approves this, next summer, both schools are going to get brand new HVAC units, which again, they need, especially when it gets hot. So that is what we're using it for, and we are restricted to that type of expenditure. We can't use it for anything else. It's not like a general fund.
And I see, but there's no specific amount of what we could have, because
Yeah, there is. So every round, there's a certain amount. And so as I was saying earlier, even though I haven't memorized it, it's about 2,200,000, give or take a little bit. Marilyn, I'm close, I believe, right? Yeah.
I see two
Right.
quantities, that's why I'm like, which
Right.
one? So there's the last one is
Right.
$2,288,000. Yeah. Okay.
It sounds like a lot, but when you buy all those HVAC units, especially the large ones, and then you pay for the installation and the inspector and the DSA. It's,
Because it's a big number, I
Yeah.
thought it was important to share.
Sure.
For everyone in the public.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now that you're here.
You're welcome.
Well, I guess we need to vote first, right? Okay.
Anybody else have a discussion on this item?
No, I just want to thank you for being so knowledgeable.
And I want to thank you for writing. Grant writing is a talent, and it's not easy. Not a lot of people can do that. And I just want to thank you because plumbing is expensive, and ACs out of this world. And if teachers and children are not in a comfortable temperature, it's very hard to learn and it's very hard to teach.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if they're going to bring them down in a helicopter, but if they are, let me know, because I like to take a picture, because I ran up to see the helicopters delivering these two schools new air conditioning, and it was a sight to see, and I guess kids would be very excited. Not during school time, obviously, but from far away, we were watching the work of the helicopters bringing this. So Sunset deserves it, and so does Willow. Anybody else?
No, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for that grant. Thank you for the knowledge and being able to administer. And I know that I've asked about DSA, and I know that their fees are also very expensive, but finally, these two schools will have better classrooms and better air for them, which they'll need. Especially when I went to Sunset, and they have in the library, they have those
big giant,
and even though it's not hot yet, really, it's going to be a lot more hot in July.
Well,
thank you very much.
You're more than welcome, but I do want to use this since you call me up here. It's not about me, but you're more than welcome. But our maintenance crew, for example, this year at Sunset was the first year we didn't have any leaks thanks to their hard work. So we've been really proactive, and we're going to keep going. But thank you. You're welcome. But it's actually our staff. They work so hard.
Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Take a vote.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And then 14C.13.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Yes. So because the name of the item is agreement with Community Center Consulting, just the name of Community Center, it's probably a little confusing to some people, but I know it's all about a grant. So same as the other item that I just mentioned, can you also
please briefly give a description of how will be utilized
Sure.
this award, if it's awarded?
Absolutely. So for anyone not familiar, just a brief background, this district, we've applied for a grant through the US Department of Justice, and they use the acronym COPS. I can bore everyone with what it means, but it's not police officers, it's just an acronym. And essentially, if we receive these funds, we would be able to use these funds specifically for safety at schools. And in this case, we are writing the grant specifically for our emergency communications systems. And so when you think about emergency communication systems, especially in the year 2025, the intercoms with speakers, I don't know if there's one in here, but they just don't do anymore. We have to have more up-to-date, modern, visual communication systems in emergencies where there's a direct connection, not just within a school but also school to school, district to school, and vice versa. So if we receive these funds, we will use the funds specifically for that. But of that, this company, they would receive a percentage, it's 5%, as you see there, of those funds, not any current district funds. They wouldn't be taking anything. And the purpose of that 5% is because anytime you get funding, as you know, especially in a grant from the government, there's always that accountability. And so you have to write reports as to how things are going, what hasn't worked, what have you spent it on. And so that's very time consuming. And so this company, that's essentially what they would be compensated for, is to allow us to be a lot more efficient. They would write those oversight reports so it's 5% over 3 years, not 5% each year for a total of 15. It's 5% total.
So it sounds like they would help us meet the reporting requirements.
Essentially, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Inez.
Yes.
And so now we'll take a vote.
Aye.
We are now going to recess, to close session, and then we will return.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to recess, for a closed session.
I'll make the second, I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Or all.
We are.
We are now going to reconvene into our open session, and it is 10:30 p.m. And there is nothing to report. Good night, and thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Would like to make a motion to end our meeting. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned. Good night. And, bye.